Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The boundary stones of the Shire had stood for 1,000 years. Their ancient runes faded by wind and rain until they were all but invisible to the casual eye. Most hobbits passed them daily without a second glance, content in their certainty that the world beyond held nothing of interest compared to a well-stocked pantry and a comfortable armchair. But on this particular night, as the autumn moon hung bloated and red in the sky, the stones wept. Silent tears that soaked into the earth and sent tremors through roots and soil that only the most attentive might feel. Marcho Took Baggins felt them, though he couldn't have explained how. He paused in the cataloguing of his newest acquisition, a magnificent map of the Far Downs, rendered in ink the color of sunset, and frowned at the strange shiver that passed through his meticulously organized study. The walls of his hobbit hole were lined with shelves containing hundreds of maps, each carefully labeled and categorized by region, artist, and date of creation. Not a single one bore the creases or stains of actual travel. Marcho collected territories, he did not visit them. Most improper, he muttered, adjusting his spectacles and returning to his work. The delicate calligraphy identifying the watchtower of West March required his complete attention, and he had barely enough time to finish before second dinner. His peaceful, scholarly life might have continued undisturbed, if not for the curious case of the missing preserves. 3 jars of his prized blackberry jam had vanished from his pantry in as many days, despite the locked door and windows. On the 4th day, determined to catch the culprit, Marcho concealed himself behind a barrel of apples, armed with nothing more threatening than his favorite umbrella and a stern expression practiced in his mirror. Hours passed. The smile grew silent, save for the ticking of his grandfather's clock and the occasional creak of settling wood. Marcho fought to keep his eyes open, his thoughts drifting to the half-finished map awaiting his attention. A scraping sound jolted him awake. The pantry door remained closed, but the stone floor at the far corner of the room was moving. A section of flagstones slid aside with barely a whisper, revealing a passage and a pair of weather-worn hands that emerged to place the stones carefully aside. "Who's there?" Marcho demanded, brandishing his umbrella with more bravado than skill. "Show yourself at once." A head appeared through the opening, white-haired and wrinkled as a winter apple, with eyes sharp as new pins beneath bushy brows. "Oh, bother," the elderly hobbit muttered. "Oh, you weren't supposed to be here." "This is my pantry," Marcho replied indignantly. "Where else would I be?" "At the Green Dragon, like every other hobbit on Firefly Night." The old hobbit hauled himself fully into the pantry, revealing clothes unlike any Marcho had seen in the Shire, leather and wool in earth tones, weathered by long use and adorned with curious symbols stitched in silver thread. "I'm Holman Sandyman, though most call me Old Holman these days, and you, young Marcho, have complicated matters considerably." Before Marcho could respond, a shrill whistle sounded from the passage below. Old Holman's expression shifted from irritation to alarm. "No time," he muttered, seizing Marcho's arm with surprising strength. "Down you go. Bring that umbrella if you must." "I most certainly will not." But Marco's protest was cut short as the old hobbit shoved him unceremoniously through the opening, sending him tumbling into darkness. He landed with a thud on packed earth, the fall mercifully broken by what felt like sacks of grain. Above him, the passage closed with the scrape of stone against stone, plunging him into perfect blackness. Panic clawed at his throat until a warm light bloomed nearby. A lantern held by a hobbit lass, whose stern expression suggested she found Marco even more out of place than he felt himself. "This isn't the jam," she said flatly to old Holman, who had descended via a rope ladder Marco hadn't noticed in his abrupt descent. Sharp eyes rose. "It's the cartographer I mentioned. Caught me fair and square in his pantry." The hobbit lass rose, sighed, the lantern light revealing a face both beautiful and careworn, framed by silver-streaked auburn hair braided tightly back from her face. Like Holman, she wore the curious leather and wool garments with silver symbols, though hers included a cloak fastened with a brooch shaped like a thorn bush in bloom. "Marco took Baggins," she said, more statement than question. "Master of maps who never travels, keeper of 6 meals a day and precise cataloguing systems, descendant of both adventurers and homebodies, with the worst qualities of each." "I beg your pardon," Marco spluttered, struggling to his feet with as much dignity as one could muster after being pushed through one's own pantry floor. "I don't know who you think you are, but—" "Lady Rose Brandybuck," old Holman supplied helpfully. "Under Guardian Prime of the Shire Marches, keeper of the 7 stones, and the only reason you can catalogue your precious maps in peace instead of running from shadow wolves and worse." Marco blinked, his scholarly mind trying to place the unfamiliar titles against his extensive knowledge of Shire genealogy and bureaucracy. Guardian, Prime. Rose's sigh suggested the weight of centuries. "Follow me, Master Took Baggins. It seems you require an education in matters beyond parchment and ink." The passage widened into a tunnel, high enough for a hobbit to walk upright, its walls lined with curious glowing stones that emitted a soft blue light. Marco, despite his indignation, found his cartographer's eye automatically noting directions and distances as they walked. 300 paces east, a turn northward for another 120. A gentle decline that suggested they were heading toward the Brandywine River. The tunnel eventually opened into a circular chamber that stole the breath from Marco's lungs. Dozens of passages radiated outward like spokes from a wheel. The domed ceiling arched high overhead, painted with a map more beautiful and detailed than any in Marco's collection. A map of the Shire and lands beyond, with curious symbols marking locations Marco had documented but never understood the significance of. Around the chamber's perimeter, niches held weapons, scrolls, and curious artifacts. Hobbits of various ages moved purposefully among them, all wearing variations of the same leather and wool garments with silver symbols. At the chamber's center stood a round table of ancient oak, its surface carved with runes that seemed to shift and change as Marco tried to focus on them. "Welcome to the heart of the Guardians," Rose said, gesturing to the chamber. "For 1,000 years, we have protected the Shire from threats its people never knew existed. The boundary stones are our creation, wards against darkness that would consume the light and peace of our homeland." "But hobbits don't do such things," Marco protested weakly. "We grow gardens and smoke pipeweed and have parties. We don't guard against darkness." Old Holman chuckled. "And why do you think that is, young master? Why has the Shire remained a haven of peace while kingdoms of men have risen and fallen, while elves have departed and dwarves have lost their ancient homes? Because someone has always watched the borders." A shout from one of the tunnels interrupted them. A young hobbit burst into the chamber, blood seeping from a gash on his forearm. Shadow wolves at the north boundary, he gasped. The stones are failing faster than we thought. Blackwater and Goodbody are holding them back, but they can't last long. Rose's face hardened. Prepare for a hunt, she commanded, and the chamber erupted into activity. Weapons were taken from niches, cloaks fastened, and provisions gathered with the efficiency of long practice. What about him? The injured hobbit nodded toward Marcho, who clutched his umbrella as if it might shield him from the alarming developments. Rose's gaze fell on Marcho with an intensity that made him want to check his waistcoat for stains. The timing is significant, she said slowly. The prophecy speaks of one who charts paths untraveled when the blood moon rises. Surely you don't mean me, Marcho protested. I'm a collector, not a... Show him the star, Rose interrupted, addressing old Holman. We have no time for lengthy explanations. From a pouch at his belt, Holman produced an object wrapped in faded green silk. Carefully, he unfolded the cloth to reveal a crystal star no larger than Marcho's palm, its facets catching the blue light of the chamber and transforming it into a rainbow of colors. The Star of the West, old Holman explained, given to the first guardians by the elves before they departed. It reveals the true nature of any creature it touches. How fascinating, Marcho said, with the polite interest he reserved for discussions of fertilizer techniques or the proper seasoning of mutton. But I don't see what this has to do with... Old Holman pressed the star into Marcho's hand. The crystal blazed suddenly with white light that engulfed Marcho in a cocoon of brilliance. Within that light, he saw maps. Not the paper and ink creations he so carefully preserved, but living maps written in starlight and shadow, in roots beneath the earth and currents of wind above it. Maps of possibilities and paths, of choices and chances, of the threads that bound all living things together. When the light faded, Marcho stood trembling, the star cool against his palm, and his perception of the world fundamentally altered. What just happened? The star has awakened your birthright, Rose said, something like respect finally entering her voice. You are a pathfinder, the firstborn to the Shire in 7 generations. The maps you collect are mere shadows of the ones you can now perceive. But I don't want to perceive paths, Marcho objected, though with less conviction than before. But I want to catalogue them from the safety of my study. The boundary stones are failing, Rose continued as if he hadn't spoken. The 7 protection stones that anchor them have been scattered for safety, hidden throughout the Shire. We must gather them before the blood moon reaches its zenith 3 nights hence, or the shadows will pour into the Shire like floodwaters through a broken dam. And you need me because only a pathfinder can locate the stones now. They were hidden by your ancestor, Bucker the Pathfinder, with maps that exist only in the realm of possibility until a pathfinder calls them forth. Marcho looked down at the star in his hand, then at his umbrella, a flimsy defense against shadow wolves and ancient evils. I don't suppose I could just draw you a map and then return to my pantry. Rose's smile held no humor. The path must be walked, Master Took Baggins. But first, her gaze sharpened suddenly, focusing on something behind him. We must address the matter of the traitor in our midst. In one fluid motion, she drew a blade from her belt, slender as a willow leaf but gleaming with an inner light, and pointed it at a hobbit who had just entered the chamber. Step forward, Barley Proudfoot, and explain why the star grows dark in your presence. The accused hobbit, middle-aged with a pleasant, forgettable face, froze mid-step. For a moment, his features remained locked in an expression of mild surprise. Then his face changed. The pleasant roundness sharpened, the eyes grew cold as midwinter ice, and his mouth twisted into a smile that had never graced any hobbit face in the history of the Shire. Clever little gardeners, he said, his voice suddenly layered with echoes, playing at guardians and warriors. Did you really think your boundary stones would last forever? Faster than thought, he lunged toward Marcho, fingers curved like talons. Marcho, acting on instinct rather than courage, thrust his umbrella forward. To his astonishment, the umbrella blazed with the same white light that had engulfed him earlier, and the creature that wore Barley Proudfoot's form recoiled with a shriek of pain. "The Pathfinder's tool," old Holman whispered in awe. "It answers to your blood." The false Barley snarled, his form rippling like heat waves over summer fields. "This changes nothing. The stones fail, the shadows rise. And when the blood moon reaches its zenith, your precious Shire will become a feast for my kind." With those words, he dissolved into a cloud of oily black smoke that slithered away down one of the tunnels before anyone could react. Rose turned to Marcho, her expression grim. "Now do you understand the urgency, Pathfinder? The creature that wore Barley's form is a shade, a lesser servant of the dark powers that once ruled Angmar. If it has infiltrated the Guardians, others may have as well." Marcho looked down at his umbrella, an ordinary waterproof canopy of waxed cotton and whalebone ribs, purchased from a traveling merchant 30 years ago. Now thrumming with power, he couldn't begin to comprehend. He thought of his maps, safe and orderly in their cabinets. He thought of the Shire, peaceful and green in the summer sun. He thought of shadow wolves prowling the lanes where hobbit children played. "I suppose," he said with a sigh that came from the depths of his reluctant soul, "that one can't properly catalogue a place if it's been consumed by ancient darkness." Rose's smile was fierce as a hawk's. "Well reasoned, Pathfinder. We leave at dawn to gather the 7 stones. Bring your umbrella and your courage, and perhaps a few of those blackberry preserves. We'll make a guardian of you yet." Marcho highly doubted that. But as he clutched his improbable weapon and followed Rose to prepare for their journey, he found himself wondering if perhaps, just perhaps, there might be some value in experiencing the territories he had so meticulously documented from afar. Not that he would ever admit it. A respectable hobbit, after all, had standards to maintain. Even when defending the Shire from shadow wolves under a blood moon, with nothing but an enchanted umbrella and a pocket full of blackberry preserves. Story 2. The earth remembers what men and elves forget. It holds secrets in its embrace. Treasures buried deep beneath root and stone, waiting for the right moment to emerge once more into the light. And so it was that on a spring morning of no particular significance, in a garden of no particular grandeur, the soil of the Shire surrendered a fragment of starlight that had travelled further than any hobbit ever dreamed of wandering. Tobias Lightfoot stood barely 3 feet tall, exceptionally small, even by hobbit standards, with his weathered hands buried wrist-deep in the rich soil of his prize-winning vegetable garden. Dawn had barely painted the eastern sky when his fingers brushed against something that shouldn't have been there. Not a stone, not a root, but something that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. "What's this then?" he murmured, carefully excavating around his discovery. "If those Proudfoot children have buried treasure in my garden again—" But as he lifted the object from its earthen bed, Tobias fell silent with wonder. In his palm lay a crystal no larger than a chestnut, yet within its facets swirled colors he had no names for, deeper than sapphire, more vibrant than emerald, warmer than amber. Light seemed to pour from its core, as if it had swallowed the sun and now offered it back in fragments of impossible beauty. The crystal pulsed once, twice, and suddenly Tobias was no longer standing in his garden. Or rather, he was, but he also stood upon a vast mountain peak, overlooking a kingdom of stone halls and golden light. A voice that was not a voice whispered in his mind, "Return me to the heart of the mountain. The line of Durin awaits." Tobias dropped the crystal with a yelp, tumbling backward into his prize cabbages. The vision vanished, but the crystal continued to glow softly in the furrow where it had fallen, like a fallen star nestled in the humble soil of the Shire. That night, as Tobias sat before his hearth, pondering the strange crystal now safely tucked in a handkerchief in his waistcoat pocket, a shadow fell across his window, then another and another. By the time he reached his door, 7 cloaked figures stood in his garden, their faces hidden in darkness. "The fragment has awakened," said the tallest of the figures, throwing back his hood to reveal a face framed by a magnificent black beard adorned with silver clasps. "We have come to reclaim what belongs to Erebor." "I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about," Tobias replied, with the politeness that his mother had drilled into him since childhood. "But it's nearly time for supper, and no proper hobbit turns away guests at mealtime, though I must say it's customary to arrive before the food is prepared, not after." The dwarf, for dwarf he most certainly was, seemed taken aback by this response. After a moment's hesitation, he bowed deeply. "Thorin III, Stonehelm, King under the mountain, at your service, and these are my companions, Balin the Younger, Dwalin's son, Frerin Ironfoot, Nori the Swift, Gimli's daughter Gimla, Dis Silverhand, and Dane Oakenshield, named for my grandfather." Tobias returned the bow, feeling rather out of his depth but determined not to show it. "Tobias Lightfoot, gardener and baker, at yours and your family's." The meal that followed was unlike any that had graced Tobias's table before. The dwarves ate heartily but spoke little, their eyes constantly darting to his waistcoat pocket, where the crystal made a slight but noticeable bulge. Only when the last of the seed cake had been consumed did Thorin speak again. "You possess a fragment of the Arkenstone," he said without preamble. "Ida, the heart of the mountain, the great jewel of my ancestor Thrall. It was thought destroyed when the dragon Smaug was defeated, but it seems a shard survived. We have searched for it for decades, following rumors and whispers, until at last our quest led us here, to the most unlikely of places, and the most unlikely of hands," added Balin the Younger, his eyes appraising Tobias with curiosity. "The Arkenstone has chosen you, it seems." The crystal in Tobias's pocket warmed at these words, as if acknowledging its name. Hesitantly, he withdrew it from his pocket and placed it on the table between the empty plates and mugs. In the light of his humble dining room, the fragment blazed like a captured sunrise. The dwarves collectively drew in their breath, their faces transformed by the light into masks of reverence and longing. "We must return it to Erebor," Thorin said, his voice husky with emotion. "It calls to be reunited with the mountain from which it was born." "Then take it," Tobias replied simply, pushing the crystal toward the dwarf king. "I have no use for magical stones. My garden keeps me busy enough." But when Thorin reached for the fragment, it flared with sudden brilliance, and the dwarf recoiled with a cry of pain, nursing fingers that smoked slightly in the evening air. "It seems," said Des Silverhand, her voice rich with suppressed laughter, "that the Arkenstone has other ideas." She turned to Tobias, her eyes thoughtful beneath heavy brows. "The stone has chosen you as its guardian. You must be the one to return it to Erebor." Tobias stared at her in horror. "Me? Leave the Shire? I've never even been to Bree. I'm a gardener, not an adventurer." "Nevertheless," Thorin said grimly, "if you do not come willingly, we will be forced to take you by less pleasant means. Dark forces seek the Arkenstone as well, servants of ancient evils who would use its power to reawaken shadows better left forgotten." As if summoned by his words, a bone-chilling howl split the night outside. The dwarves were on their feet in an instant, weapons appearing in their hands as if conjured from thin air. Warg scouts, growled Frerin Ironfoot, peering through the window. They've found us. How? Demanded Thorin. We covered our trail. The stone, Gimli said, her eyes on the fragment still glowing on Tobias's table. It calls to those with darkness in their hearts as surely as it calls to the mountain. Another howl, closer now, was joined by a second and a third. In the moonlight filtering through his windows, Tobias caught glimpses of massive wolf-like shapes prowling between his prize-winning tomato plants. We must leave, Thorin decided. Now, through the back door, Master Lightfoot, bring only what you can carry in a single pack. In a daze, Tobias found himself stuffing necessities into his mother's old traveling pack, a change of clothes, his good copper skillet, a small sack of cooking herbs, his sharpest kitchen knife, and enough food for several days' journey. The crystal, wrapped once more in his handkerchief, went into his deepest pocket. They slipped out through his root cellar as snarls and the splintering of wood told of his front door giving way. Into the night they ran, 7 dwarves and 1 very small hobbit, beneath a moon that seemed to watch their flight with cold indifference. By dawn, the rolling hills of the Shire lay behind them, and the east road stretched before them like a promise or a threat. Tobias, who had never seen the sunrise from anywhere but his own garden, felt simultaneously terrified and strangely exhilarated. Their journey east took them through landscapes Tobias had only seen on maps. The weather-worn ruins of Weathertop, the last bridge spanning the Horwell River, the hidden valley of Rivendell, where the last elves in Middle-earth maintained their fading haven. In each place, Tobias's small stature and unassuming demeanor allowed him to observe and listen where the dwarves, with their natural suspicion and pride, often missed subtle details. It was Tobias who noticed the pattern of ravens following their company. Tobias who discovered the poisoned water source before anyone could drink. Tobias who befriended the taciturn elf scout who later guided them safely through the misty mountains when snow would have buried the normal pass. Perhaps there is more to gardeners than meets the eye, Thorin admitted grudgingly as they descended the eastern slopes of the mountains. What, you have keen senses, Master Lightfoot. When you spend your days watching for the first signs of blight on tomato plants, Tobias replied with a shrug, you learn to notice small changes. The fragment of the Arkenstone grew warmer against his skin with each passing day, its light more difficult to conceal. By the time they reached the eaves of Mirkwood, Greenwood the Great, as it was once again known since the defeat of the Necromancer, the crystal pulsed with a rhythm that matched Tobias's heartbeat. In the shadowed forest, they encountered Larian, an elven prince of the woodland realm, hunting with his companions. The elves regarded the dwarves with ancient suspicion, but Larian's eyes widened when they fell upon Tobias. You carry starlight in your pocket, halfling, he said, his voice like water over stones. I can hear it singing. That night, as they camped beneath the vast canopy of the forest, Larian revealed that he had been plagued by visions, a darkness growing in the north, centered on the lonely mountain. Something stirs in the deep places, he told them. And something that should have died with the dragon. The mountain has been peaceful for generations, Thorin protested, but doubt shadowed his eyes. Yet you seek the Arkenstone with desperate haste, Larian countered. Why, if not because you too sense the awakening? The journey through Mirkwood was swift, guided by Larian's knowledge of hidden paths. Beyond the forest lay the Long Lake, where the town of Esgaroth had been rebuilt after Smaug's destruction. Here, men watched their approach with wary eyes, and whispers followed them through the streets. The dwarves returned to the mountain with a halfling, just like before. Tobias found their scrutiny unsettling. "They look at me as if expecting me to perform some great feat," he confided to Gimli as they purchased supplies. "I'm no burglar or hero, I'm just lost." Gimli's laugh was like stones rolling down a hillside. "Isn't that how all great journeys begin? No one sets out to be a legend, little one. They simply find themselves on a path they cannot turn from." The lonely mountain rose before them at last, solitary and majestic against the eastern sky. Tobias felt the fragment of the Arkenstone pulse ever more insistently as they approached, as if eager to return to its birthplace. But as they climbed the winding path to Erebor's great gates, carved into the very face of the mountain, an unnatural darkness seemed to gather around the peak. "Something is wrong," Thorin muttered, his pace quickening. "The watchfires should be lit." The gates stood open, but no guards welcomed them. The vast halls beyond lay silent, the forges cold, the endless corridors empty of the bustle and industry that should have filled them. Their footsteps echoed ominously as they made their way deeper into the mountain, toward the throne room where once the Arkenstone had gleamed above the seat of the king under the mountain. In the throne room, they found their answer. A figure sat upon the throne, but it was not a dwarf. Cloaked in shadow, with eyes like pits of endless night, it watched their approach with the patience of centuries. "The heir of Durin returns," it said, its voice like the scraping of stone on stone, "and he brings me a gift." "Morinitar," Laerian whispered, notching an arrow to his bow. "The Black Wizard. We thought you destroyed in the War of the Ring." "Merely diminished," the figure replied. "But I have found a new source of power. The mountain remembers the dragon's fire, and that memory has nourished me. I lack only the key to unlock its full potential." Its gaze fixed on Tobias. "The heart of the mountain. Bring it to me, little one, and I will spare your companions." The fragment burned against Tobias's chest, but not with heat, with a fierce, protective warmth that seemed to flow into his very blood. In that moment, the visions that had haunted him since first touching the crystal coalesced into understanding. The Arkenstone was more than a jewel. It was the living heart of the mountain, a fragment of the very magic that had shaped Middle-earth. In the wrong hands, it could be twisted to awaken the memory of dragonfire that slumbered in the deep places. Not Smaug himself, but a new horror born from the echo of his destruction. "And no," Tobias said, his voice stronger than he had ever heard it, "the Arkenstone doesn't belong to you. It belongs to the mountain and to its people." Before anyone could stop him, he darted forward, slipping between the legs of the startled dwarves with the nimbleness that had won him the sack race at the Shire Summer Fair 6 years running. Straight toward the throne he ran, the crystal now burning in his hand as he pulled it from his pocket. The Black Wizard rose with a snarl, darkness gathering around his outstretched hands. But Tobias was small, easily overlooked, the very quality that had defined his life in the Shire now serving him when it mattered most. He ducked beneath the wizard's grasp, rolled past the throne, and pressed the fragment of the Arkenstone against the empty setting where once the complete jewel had rested. Light exploded outward, blinding in its intensity. The fragment seemed to sing as it touched the throne, a note of such pure joy that Tobias felt tears spring to his eyes. The stone setting, which had appeared empty moments before, now revealed dozens of tiny fragments, pieces of the Arkenstone that had remained, invisible until now, waiting to be rejoined with their missing kin. As the fragment merged with its brothers, the light grew until it filled the vast throne room. The Black Wizard shrieked, his form dissolving like mist before the summer sun. When at last the radiance faded to a manageable glow, Tobias found himself standing before the throne, where the Arkenstone once again shone, not whole as it once had been, but a constellation of fragments held together by light and magic, more beautiful in its brokenness than it had ever been in its perfection. "And at the heart of the mountain," Thorin breathed, approaching with reverence, "restored but changed. Like the mountain itself," Tobias said softly. "Like all of us, things broken can be remade, but they bear the marks of their breaking. Perhaps that's not a weakness but a strength." As he spoke, a rumbling filled the halls, not of destruction but of awakening. Distant voices called out in Kuzdul, the secret language of the dwarves. The mountain was reawakening, its people emerging from whatever enchantment had held them silent. "The Arkenstone has chosen wisely," Dis said, coming to stand beside Tobias, "a small guardian for a mighty treasure. For it is not always the great and powerful who can change the world. Sometimes it is those small enough to slip between the shadows, humble enough to serve rather than command." Tobias looked up at the gleaming constellation of crystal fragments, feeling the pulse of its light match the rhythm of his own heart. He thought of his garden waiting in the Shire, the quiet life he had left behind. It would be there still when he returned, for return he would eventually. But perhaps he would plant something new among his prize-winning tomatoes, a seed gathered from the slopes of the lonely mountain, a reminder that even the smallest hobbit might carry a fragment of greatness within him. And if sometimes, on clear nights, his neighbors noticed an unusual star gleaming above his garden, well, every hobbit was entitled to at least one oddity, after all. Story 3. Fire blazed through Primula Greenhill's dreams again, turning her carefully crafted pastry crusts to ash and melting the delicate sugar sculptures she'd spent hours perfecting. A massive scaled head loomed in the inferno, its ancient eyes reflecting centuries of sorrow. Words formed in her mind, not in any language she knew, yet somehow perfectly comprehensible. "Find me, daughter of travelers." The flame dims. Primula jolted awake, sending her recipe journal tumbling to the floor. Dawn light streamed through the round windows of her hobbit hole, illuminating shelves lined with jars of perfectly labeled spices and herbs collected from the farthest corners of the Shire. Outside her kitchen window, early morning mist clung to the rolling hills like cream on custard. "Third time this week," she muttered, retrieving her journal and smoothing its pages with flour-dusted fingers. "Can't get a proper night's sleep, can't get my honey cakes right, and the Midsummer Festival only 4 days away." In the Shire, few matters were taken more seriously than food, and no one's food was taken more seriously than Primula Greenhill's. Her apple pies had ended a decades-long feud between the Proudfoot and Bracegirdle families. Her blackberry tarts were said to bring good fortune to weddings, and her honey cakes, when properly rested and not disrupted by draconic nightmares, were rumored to have once made a dwarf trader weep with joy. But for the past month, the dreams had haunted her nights and spoiled her recipes. Ingredients she'd used 1,000 times suddenly tasted wrong. Fires burned too hot or too cold beneath her pots. And worst of all, she kept catching herself absent-mindedly sketching dragon scales in the margins of her recipe book. That afternoon, as another batch of honey cakes emerged from her oven, with their centers mysteriously raw despite the overbrowned edges, Primula made a decision. She hung her favorite copper pot over the hearth, packed her collection of kitchen knives, each honed to perfect sharpness, and filled her largest pack with herbs, spices, and enough provisions for a dozen daily meals. "One last stop," she whispered to herself, slipping through twilight shadows toward the old Took's library in the Great Smiles. Hours later, surrounded by dusty genealogy scrolls, Primula sat back on her heels, eyes wide with disbelief. There it was, faded but unmistakable, a thin line connecting her own family tree to that of Bilbo Baggins, through a cousin thrice removed who had, scandalously, married a Greenhill from the western borders. The same Bilbo Baggins whose tales of dragon encounters had been dismissed as fantasy by most respectable hobbits. Not fantasy after all, Primula murmured, tracing the connection with a trembling finger. Family legacy. By dawn, she was already miles from Hobbiton, her sturdy feet carrying her along the East Road. The weight of her pack, laden with cooking implements and provisions, would have daunted most hobbits, but Primula moved with the determination of one who regularly carried 60 honey cakes up Bag End Hill without missing a step. The world beyond the Shire unfolded before her like an elaborate feast of sights and sounds. Forests rose and fell like waves of green. Mountains scratched the sky with jagged peaks, rivers snaked through valleys, silver ribbons binding the landscape together, and with each step the dreams intensified, pulling her eastward toward the ancient realm of Angmar. On the 7th day of her journey, as she carefully turned a rabbit over a small campfire, seasoned with wild thyme and the last of her prized Shire salt, a shadow fell across her camp. Primula looked up to find herself staring into the face of the strangest dwarf she had ever seen. He stood taller than most dwarves, his black beard intricately braided with silver beads that clinked softly with each movement. But it was his eyes that froze the greeting on Primula's lips. They were slitted like a cat's, with irises of burnished gold instead of any proper dwarven color. "Ah, you're cooking in my territory," the dwarf said, his voice a rumble of stone against stone. Primula Greenhill, who had once faced down old Bolger when he claimed her raspberry preserves were too sweet, merely gestured to the rabbit. "Plenty to share if you've brought your own plate. I'm Primula Greenhill of Hobbiton." Something like surprise flickered across the dwarf's stern features. "Durin. Prince Durin, Bate of Moria." He hesitated, nostrils flaring. "What is that scent?" "Thyme, salt, and a pinch of something special," Primula replied, reaching into her pack for an extra wooden plate. "Secret family recipe." "No." Durin stepped closer, his movements suddenly tense. You smell of dragon fire." The wooden spoon froze in Primula's hand. "Udusiji and you," she said slowly, looking directly into those unnatural eyes, "have a scale forming behind your left ear." Their unlikely alliance formed over dinner, as the stars emerged above the ancient pines. Prince Durin, heir to the reclaimed halls of Moria, reluctantly revealed his plight, a curse laid upon his line by the last great dragon of the north before its disappearance. Slowly, generation by generation, the royal line of Durin was transforming. His grandfather had developed a taste for raw meat. His father had grown impervious to fire. And now Durin himself was watching scales emerge along his skin, his eyes change, and worst of all, a hunger for gold growing in his heart. "The transformation accelerates," he growled, unconsciously scratching at the scales now visible along his jawline. "Und I seek the primordial flame in the ruins of Fornost. Legends say it can break any curse or grant any wish." Primula nodded, stirring the remains of their dinner thoughtfully. "My dreams have been pulling me toward Fornost as well. A dragon speaks to me in them, calling me daughter of travelers." "Baggins," Durin spat the name like a curse. "Your ancestor who troubled Smaug." "A distant relation only," Primula corrected, somewhat defensively. "And I'm a cook, not a burglar." The dwarf prince's laugh was surprisingly warm. "We shall see, halfling. We shall see." Their journey to the ruins of Fornost took them through lands where shadows moved independently of their owners and rivers flowed upstream at midnight. Ancient magic lingered here, in the borderlands where Angmar's influence had once reached its height. As they traveled, an uneasy friendship formed. Durin marveled at Primula's ability to create nourishing meals from seemingly nothing, while she found herself impressed by the dwarf's knowledge of star patterns and ancient lore. Each night, she prepared their dinner with increasing care, noting which herbs seemed to slow the spread of scales across his skin, which combinations of flavors brought the natural brown back to his eyes, if only for an hour. "It's like balancing flavors in a difficult sauce," she explained one evening, stirring a pot of stew infused with rare white leaves she'd discovered growing beneath a circle of standing stones. "Your body is fighting between dwarf and dragon. The right ingredients might help you maintain the balance longer." Durin's expression softened as he accepted the bowl she offered. "In my halls, cooking is considered a craft, not an art. I begin to think we were mistaken." On the 15th day, they crested a hill to find the ruins of Fornost sprawled before them like a cracked and fallen crown. Once the great fortress city of Arnor, now its tumbled stones housed only memories and whispers. At its center, barely visible in the morning mist, a tower still stood, defiant against time and destruction. "The flame would be there," Durin said, pointing to the tower with a hand that now bore unmistakable claws instead of nails, "in the highest chamber." But as they approached the city gates, shadows coalesced before them, taking the form of a tall figure in robes as dark as a starless night. A silver circlet crowned his head, and his eyes burned with unholy light. "The Shadow Lord," Durin growled, reaching for his axe. "Oh, the fallen apprentice," Primula whispered, remembering her dreams. The figure raised a hand, and the very air around them thickened, making movement nearly impossible. "So," his voice slithered around them like cold mist, "a cursed dwarf and a dragon-touched halfling come seeking the primordial flame. How predictable." With a gesture, the Shadow Lord summoned a table between them, laid with empty platters and goblets. "A test. Then, before you proceed, create for me a feast that satisfies both dragon and wizard, both dwarf and man. Cook a meal that bridges worlds, little hobbit, or watch your friend complete his transformation here and now." Primula felt fear flutter in her chest like a trapped bird, but her hands remained steady as she reached for her pack. This, at least, was a challenge she understood. From her seemingly bottomless pack emerged jars of spices, packets of dried herbs, a small pouch of salt crystals from the far seas, and finally, wrapped in leaves, the last of her precious Shire mushrooms. As she worked, combining ingredients with practiced precision, she felt the dragon dreams rising in her mind, not as intrusions now, but as guidance. The Shadow Lord watched with growing unease as Primula's concoctions filled the platters one by one. A soup as clear as crystal, but which swirled with colors when stirred, bread that steamed like dragon breath when broken, and finally, a small cake that seemed to glow from within with golden light. "Impossible," the Shadow Lord whispered, reaching for the cake. "These are the lost recipes of Valinor, known only to those who have walked in the undying lands." "No," Primula corrected, watching as Durin cautiously tasted the soup, his eyes widening as the scales along his jaw began to recede. "They're hobbit recipes, with a few adjustments. We've always known how to feed both body and spirit." The Shadow Lord's power faltered as he tasted each dish, memories of a time before darkness overwhelming his defenses. In that moment of weakness, Durin lunged forward, his axe cleaving the dark wizard's staff in two. With a howl of rage and despair, the Shadow Lord dissolved into mist, leaving only the fallen circlet behind. The path to the tower now clear, they climbed its winding stairs to the highest chamber. There, in a room open to the sky, a single flame burned in a basin of black stone, neither consuming fuel nor requiring air, the primordial flame, first fire of ardor, from which all lesser fires were merely echoes. As they approached, the flame rose higher, taking the form of a dragon's head. Its voice, when it spoke, was the same that had haunted Primula's dreams. "Daughter of travelers, you have come at last. And you have brought the one who carries my blood unwillingly." Understanding dawned in Primula's eyes. "You're the last dragon. Your physical form is gone, but your essence remains in the flame. And in the curse upon my line," Durin added bitterly. The flame dragon's eyes softened. "Not a curse, prince of dwarves, but a gift misunderstood. The dragons were failing, our magic fading from Middle-earth. I sought to preserve what remained in the bloodline of those who would endure, the children of stone. Some gift," Durin growled, "to become the very creature my ancestors fought against." "Balance," Primula interjected suddenly. "That's what's missing, like in my recipes." She stepped forward, removing from her pack a small jar filled with golden honey from her own beehives. "And a gift freely given to balance a gift taken by force." She poured the honey into the flame. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the fire blazed up, shifting from orange to blue to a brilliant gold. When it receded, the dragon form was gone, and in the basin lay 2 crystal vials filled with liquid fire. The essence divided. The dragon's voice echoed faintly. One to end the transformation, one to preserve the connection. "Choose wisely." Durin reached for the first vial without hesitation, but paused before uncorking it. "And what of you, Hobbit? Will you take the other and return to your kitchen with the power to command dragons in your blood?" Primula looked at the remaining vial thoughtfully. "I think," she said slowly, "that great power and good cooking rarely mix well. One tends to spoil the other." She picked up the vial, but instead of drinking it, tucked it carefully into her pack. "But perhaps it might make an interesting addition to a truly special honey cake on occasions that call for a touch of dragon fire." As they descended from the tower, Durin already freed from his unwanted transformation, Primula thought she heard distant laughter on the wind, the sound of an ancient being finally at rest, yet somehow still present in the flame of every hearth and the warmth of every oven. And if, in years to come, visitors to the Shire spoke in hushed tones of the marvelous honey cakes served at the Green Hill Bakery, cakes that seemed to fill one with courage and vision, well, that was just good cooking, wasn't it? Any proper hobbit could tell you that the secret to a truly magical meal isn't in grand spells or ancient artifacts. It's in knowing exactly when to add a pinch of something special. Story 4. The stars were fading. Not all at once, but slowly, one by one, like candles being gently extinguished by an invisible hand. Few noticed at first. Men were too busy with their kingdoms. Dwarves with their mines, and elves had largely departed for the western shores. But in the gentle hills of the Shire, where hobbits marked time by meals and seasons rather than wars and crowns, one particularly observant gardener had been watching the night sky with growing concern. Hugo Gamgee knelt in the rich soil of his garden, his weathered hands gently coaxing a stubborn root from the ground. Dawn painted the eastern sky in watercolor hues of pink and gold, while morning dew transformed his prized roses into collections of tiny, perfect worlds. This garden, the finest in all of Hobbiton, was Hugo's pride and joy, a living monument to his famous ancestor, Samwise the Brave, whose own gardens had become legendary in Hobbit lore. "You're being particularly difficult today," Hugo murmured to the root, his voice low and conversational. "But then again, the most valuable things often require the most patience." A shadow fell across his work, too tall and straight to belong to any hobbit. Hugo glanced up, squinting against the morning light, to find a figure standing at his garden gate. The stranger was tall, draped in robes the deep blue of twilight, with a silver beard that cascaded down his chest like a waterfall and eyes that seemed to contain entire galaxies. "Hugo Gamgee," the stranger said, his voice like distant thunder. "Gardener of the Shire, last descendant of the Hope line." Hugo sat back on his heels, brushing soil from his hands. "I'm a Gamgee right enough, but I don't know anything about Hope lines. We're gardeners mostly, though my second cousin Peregrine fancies himself a poet." The stranger's lips twitched beneath his beard. "I am Palando, whom some call the Blue Wizard. I have come a very long way to find you." "Well," Hugo said pragmatically, "you've found me in my garden, which is where I can generally be found between breakfast and second breakfast. Would you care for some tea? It's only proper to offer a guest refreshment, even when they arrive unannounced and speak in riddles." Inside his cozy hobbit hole, with its rounded doorways and windows that perfectly framed the garden outside, Hugo served tea in his second-best cups, the best being reserved for his grandmother's visits. The wizard seemed comically large, hunched at Hugo's table, his knees nearly touching his chest. "The stars are fading," Palando said without preamble, cradling the tiny teacup in his enormous hands. "The Valar are withdrawing their light from Middle-earth. The ancient protections are failing." Hugo stirred honey into his tea with methodical precision. "I've noticed the stars growing dimmer, like plants when they don't get enough water. They don't die all at once. They fade slowly." He glanced up at the wizard. "But what has this to do with me?" "I'm just a hobbit with a garden. That," said Palando, "is precisely why it must be you. The Valar have abandoned Middle-earth because they believe its peoples have forgotten the simple magics, the quiet miracles of growth and nurturing, of patience and care." His ancient eyes fixed on Hugo. "Your ancestor Samwise understood these things. His love for his friend, for the Shire, for growing things, helped save Middle-earth once before." Hugo's teacup froze halfway to his lips. "And now you want me to save it again? I've never been further from home than Bree." "The connection between Middle-earth and Valinor is failing," Palando continued, as if Hugo hadn't spoken. "Known to restore it requires the 3 keys of Twilight, artifacts created at the dawn of time that can reopen the paths between worlds. They have been scattered, hidden in places of power where the barriers between worlds grow thin." "And let me guess," Hugo said dryly, "you want me to find these keys?" The wizard's eyes twinkled. "I knew you were clever for a hobbit." Before midday, Hugo found himself doing something entirely un-hobbit-like, packing for an adventure. Into his old wheelbarrow went necessities no sensible hobbit would travel without. His lucky straw hat, his favorite trowel, seed packets carefully labeled in his neat handwriting, clean handkerchiefs, and enough food for 8 meals a day, with provisions for unexpected guests. "Oh, this is madness," he muttered, carefully nestling a potted seedling between 2 loaves of bread. Absolute madness. Yet something in the wizard's words had stirred an old longing in Hugo's heart, a whisper of the same call that had drawn his ancestor from his garden into the wider world. The stars were fading, and somehow, improbably, it fell to a hobbit gardener to do something about it. They departed as afternoon shadows lengthened across the Shire. Hugo pushed his wheelbarrow while Palando walked beside him, his staff tapping a gentle rhythm on the dusty road. Curious hobbits peered from windows and garden gates, shaking their heads at the sight. "Gamgees," they whispered, "always getting mixed up with wizards and adventures. Unnatural it is." Their first destination lay beyond the old forest, in the ancient Barrow Downs where the boundaries between worlds had always been thin. Here, according to Palando, The first key of twilight had been hidden within a maze of stone and shadow that shifted and changed like a living thing. "How are we supposed to find anything in a maze that changes?" Hugo asked, eyeing the forbidding stone arches that marked the entrance. "That," said Pallando, "is why we need a gardener." Inside the maze, darkness pressed close despite the afternoon sun. Paths appeared and disappeared, stone walls rippled like water, and whispers echoed from shadows that moved independently of any light source. Hugo's hobbit heart quailed, but his gardener's eyes noticed something peculiar. Tiny phosphorescent mushrooms growing along certain paths, their glow almost imperceptible in the gloom. "These are even-star mushrooms," he murmured, crouching to examine them. "They only grow in places where starlight has touched the earth for 1,000 years. He glanced up at Pallando. "They're making a pattern, like a constellation reflected on the ground." Following the mushroom trail, they navigated the shifting labyrinth until they reached its heart, a circular chamber where a single beam of light pierced the darkness from above, illuminating a pedestal of black stone. Upon it rested what appeared to be an ordinary silver key, tarnished with age. "That can't be it," Hugo said, disappointment evident in his voice. "It's just an old key." "Appearances," Pallando replied with the patience of millennia, "are often deceiving." When Hugo reluctantly lifted the key, it transformed in his hand, becoming a brilliant crystal that caught the light and shattered it into 1,000 colors. Within its depths, stars swirled in miniature galaxies. "The key of memory," Pallando breathed. "It remembers the paths that once existed between worlds." Their journey continued to the misty peaks of the Weather Hills, where the second key, the Key of Song, was said to be guarded by the last descendants of the great eagles. Here, Hugo's knowledge of growing things seemed useless among bare rock and thin air, yet it was his gentle persistence that won them passage past the eagle's eyries. "Plants and birds understand each other," he explained to an astonished Pallando as they followed a massive eagle toward its nest. They both reached for the sky while keeping their roots, or nests, firmly anchored to earth. The Key of Song appeared as a simple wooden flute until Hugo, on a curious impulse, played a melody his grandmother had taught him, a hobbit garden song about coaxing reluctant seeds from the ground. The flute transformed into a shimmering silver instrument whose music made the very air vibrate with possibility. Their final destination proved most challenging, the Grey Havens, where the last elven ships had departed Middle-earth. The third key, the Key of Promise, was said to lie beneath the waters of the harbor, in the realm of ancient sea guardians who remembered the shaping of the world. Standing on the abandoned quay, Hugo looked out over the endless sea with trepidation. "I can't swim," he admitted. "Hobbits generally don't." "Then we must find another way," Pallando said, his brow furrowed beneath his hat. It was Hugo who discovered the solution. Noticing how certain seaweeds along the shore grew in patterns similar to the runes in Pallando's ancient books. Carefully harvesting these plants, he wove them into a simple wreath which, when cast upon the waters, created a path of solid light extending beneath the waves. "Ooh, plant magic," he explained to the astonished wizard. "The oldest kind there is." The Sea Guardians, impressed by this display of ancient knowledge, surrendered the Key of Promise, a coral circlet that transformed into a golden key inscribed with oaths made at the dawn of time. With all three keys gathered, they journeyed to the peak of Weathertop, where the boundaries between worlds had grown thinnest. Here, beneath a sky where only a handful of stars still shone, Pallando revealed the final, devastating truth. "The keys must be used together," he said gravely, "but they require a guardian, one who must remain in the Shadow Realm to maintain the bridge between worlds." This guardian must have a foot in two worlds, sufficient power to hold the gateway, yet enough humility to serve rather than dominate. Understanding dawned in Hugo's eyes. That's why it had to be a hobbit. We're not powerful like elves or wizards, but we understand serving and nurturing. He looked down at his soil-stained hands. It has to be me, doesn't it? As darkness fell and creatures of shadow gathered around the hill, Hugo made his choice. With the 3 keys arranged in a triangle before him, he planted his precious seedling in their center, a malon sapling descended from the tree in the party field. Life, he said simply, that's what connects all worlds. As the keys began to glow and a doorway of light formed between them, Hugo stepped forward, trowel in hand. He turned back once, looking at Palando with a smile that contained both sadness and certainty. "Tell them I'll keep the garden growing," he said, "even between worlds." The wizard bowed deeply. "Your name will be remembered alongside your ancestors, Hugo Gamgee." Hugo chuckled. "They just make sure they remember to water my roses." With that, he stepped through the doorway. Light blazed across the hilltop, shooting skyward in a column that pierced the heavens. Across Middle-earth, people looked up to see stars rekindling, blazing with renewed vigor in the velvet night. In the years that followed, strange and wonderful plants began to appear throughout the Shire. Flowers with petals of starlight, trees whose fruits granted vivid dreams, herbs that could heal wounds of both body and spirit. And on clear nights, hobbits would sometimes glimpse a small figure tending a garden in the spaces between stars, whistling contentedly as he worked. For what greater magic exists than nurturing life? What deeper wisdom than knowing when to plant, when to prune, and when to simply let things grow? In the quiet courage of a hobbit gardener, the worlds found their bridge and the stars their keeper. Story 5. The Brandywine River had always whispered secrets, but now it sang of ancient sorrows. Its waters, once clear as amber in the summer sun, had turned the murky green of forgotten promises. Mist clung to its surface in ghostly tendrils, reaching toward the shore like desperate fingers, while lights, cold and blue as elvish starlight, danced upon its waves when darkness fell. And in the morning, empty clothes would be found along its banks, still warm as if their owners had simply vanished into thin air. In the rolling hills of Hobbiton, far from the troubled waters, Liliana Brandybuck sat surrounded by towers of leather-bound tomes, their spines cracked with age and use. The sunlight streamed through the circular window of her library, catching dust motes that danced like fairies in its golden beams. Unlike most hobbits who measured wealth in meals and comfort, Liliana counted her riches in stories and forgotten lore. "Another disappearance, Miss Brandybuck," announced Hampson Proudfoot, the miller's son, bursting through her rounded door without so much as a knock. Young Marigold Boffin this time went to fetch water and never returned. Just her bucket left behind, floating like a sad little boat. Liliana pushed her spectacles higher on her nose and closed the ancient tome in her lap with a gentle thud. "That makes 7 in a fortnight," she murmured, more to herself than to her visitor. 7 is a powerful number in the old tales. "The Tyne says we ought to build a fence along the river," Hampson continued, helping himself to a seed cake from Liliana's tea tray. "Says it's probably just accidents, foolish hobbits who can't swim venturing too close to deep waters." But Liliana knew better. The symptoms were unmistakable, matching perfectly the descriptions in elvish waterways and their guardians. A dusty volume she discovered beneath 3 layers of forgotten cookbooks in the Great Smiles archives. She'd recognized the signs immediately. The mist that moved against the wind, lights that followed no natural pattern, the way the river's song had changed from gentle babbling to something that sounded almost like words in a language too ancient to name. "It's the River King," she whispered, her finger tracing the faded illustration in the book, a crowned figure rising from churning waters with eyes like whirlpools and a beard of river weeds. Or the elven king Thranduil imprisoned him beneath the Brandywine centuries ago, when the greenwood was still young. The enchantment must be weakening. Hamson laughed, spraying crumbs across her carefully organized notes. River kings and enchantments. Really, Miss Brandybuck, you spend too much time with these stories. The Tyne says, the Tyne, Liliana interrupted with uncharacteristic sharpness, has never read a book that wasn't a ledger or a family tree. She stood, her small frame somehow imposing as she gathered her notes with decisive movements. And now 7 of our young ones are gone, and more will follow unless something is done. That evening, while the rest of Hobbiton gathered in the Green Dragon to discuss practical matters like river fences and swimming lessons, Liliana packed her satchel. Into it went 3 irreplaceable books wrapped carefully in beeswax cloth, a journal filled with her meticulous notes, quills and ink, a carefully drawn map of the river's course, and provisions enough for a hobbit who believed firmly in the restorative power of regular meals. Even during times of crisis, dawn found her at the river's edge, the mist swirling around her ankles like curious cats. The water burbled and splashed, a language just beyond understanding. Liliana removed her spectacles, cleaned them methodically, and replaced them before addressing the river directly. "I know what you are," she said, her voice steady despite the fear fluttering in her chest like a caged bird. "And I intend to solve this problem before Elevenses, if possible." The water churned in response, a surge that nearly reached her furry toes before retreating sullenly. "Well," she murmured, consulting her notes, "that's certainly not a denial." According to Elvish waterways, the River King could only be calmed by reuniting the 3 fragments of his ancient crown, sundered and hidden by Thranduil himself. One piece lay with the dwarves of the Blue Mountains, another with the last ent of the Old Forest, and the third with an elven keeper whose identity was lost to time. What the book failed to mention was how a hobbit librarian with no adventuring experience beyond chasing down overdue books was supposed to accomplish such a quest. "One step at a time," Liliana told herself firmly, patting the pocket where she'd stashed her emergency scones. Every journey begins with a single step, and every story with a single word. Her first step led her to the ferry crossing, where old Marcho ferrymaster sat smoking his pipe in the early light. His eyes widened at the sight of Liliana approaching with her packed satchel. "Don't tell me you're thinking of crossing, Miss Brandybuck, not with the river acting so strange-like." "I must," she replied, adjusting her satchel with determination. "There are answers to be found on the other side." Marcho shook his weathered head. "Not today, there aren't. Ferries not running until the river settles. Master's orders." As if to emphasize his point, the water between them and the opposite bank churned violently, waves crashing against one another in defiance of natural laws. "But perhaps I could offer you something in exchange," Liliana suggested, reaching into her bag and producing a carefully wrapped bundle. "Blackberry scones, made just yesterday. My grandmother's recipe." Food had always been the universal language of hobbits, and old Marcho was no exception. His resolve crumbled faster than the scones between his fingers. "Be quick about it," he grumbled, untying the ferry. "And if anyone asks, you threatened me with librarian magic." The crossing was treacherous, the river fighting them at every turn. Waves crashed over the sides, soaking Liliana's cloak and threatening her precious books. The ferry creaked and groaned like a living thing in pain. "It knows!" she gasped, clinging to the railing as another wave crashed over them. "The River King knows what we're doing." Just as it seemed the ferry would surely splinter beneath them, a tall figure appeared on the far bank. He raised a gnarled staff, and suddenly the waters calmed, becoming still as glass. The stranger helped them secure the ferry when they reached the shore. He was tall as a man, but lean as an elf, with eyes the color of forest shadows and a beard streaked with silver. A heavy wooden staff, twisted like living roots, was clutched in his weathered hand. "You should not have come, little one," he said, his voice deep as ancient earth. "These waters are more dangerous than you know." Liliana straightened her damp waistcoat with as much dignity as she could muster. "I am Liliana Brandybuck, librarian of Hobbiton, and I know exactly how dangerous these waters are." "That's precisely why I've come." A smile flickered across the stranger's face. "Knowledge is a rare and precious thing, especially in these forgotten lands. I am called Rowan by some, though I've had many names through the long years." There was something in his eyes, something ancient and wild, that reminded Liliana of illustrations in her oldest books. "You're him, aren't you?" "The last apprentice of Radagast the Brown." Surprise flashed across his features. "Your books have served you well, Liliana Brandybuck, but even the wisest books do not contain all answers." Together they traveled eastward, Liliana sharing what she had learned of the River King and the scattered crown. Rowan listened intently, occasionally correcting a detail or adding information that had been lost to written record. The crown was not merely sundered, he explained as they camped beneath the stars that night. Its pieces were transformed, disguised to prevent the River King's servants from finding them. The dwarven piece appears as a simple mining tool, the Ents fragment as a seedling of a forgotten tree, and the elven shard as a musical instrument that plays only for those with the wisdom to hear its true song. Their journey led them first to the Blue Mountains, where Liliana bartered 3 precious cake recipes for an audience with King Thorin IV. The dwarven fragment, as Rowan had predicted, had been disguised as a miner's sieve, its true nature revealed only when Liliana recognized the ancient elvish runes hidden in its seemingly decorative patterns. In the depths of the old forest, they encountered Rootbark, the last Ent, who had guarded his fragment, disguised as a silver seedling, for millennia. He relinquished it only after Liliana recited from memory the lost Entish poem of the river's birth, preserved in a book she had rescued from a flooding cellar years before. But the elven fragment proved most elusive. Their search led them to abandoned settlements and forgotten glades, until at last they stood upon the ancient ruins of a watchtower overlooking the Brandywine's source. "Now the texts speak of an elven keeper," Liliana said, frustration evident in her voice as she pored over her notes for the 100th time. "But there are no elves left in these lands." Rowan's eyes grew distant. "Not all who keep elvish treasures are elves themselves." He reached into his cloak and produced a simple wooden flute. "Some of us were entrusted with their legacies when the last ships sailed west." Understanding dawned on Liliana's face. "You've had it all along. I needed to be certain you were worthy," he replied. "The River King's crown is not merely a crown, but a covenant. Whoever reunites it must sing the binding song anew, tying their fate to the rivers for 100 years and a day." Fear clutched at Liliana's heart. 100 years, but I'm just a hobbit. "We don't live nearly so long. That," Rowan said gently, "is why no one has attempted this task in all the long centuries. The elves could bear such a burden, but they have departed. The dwarves might endure it, but they have no love for water. And men," he sighed, "men forget too quickly." The waters of the Brandywine had begun to rise around them, climbing the ancient stones of the ruined tower. In the valley below, Lights from hobbit lanterns could be seen approaching, the Tyen and his men, no doubt, coming to bring Liliana home. "But what about the children?" she asked, clutching her books to her chest as the water lapped at her ankles. "What about Marigold Boffin and the others?" Rowan's face was solemn in the gathering gloom. "The River King holds them in his halls beneath the water. They are not dead, but neither are they truly alive. They exist between breaths, between heartbeats, until the crown is restored." Liliana looked down at the fragments they had gathered. The sieve that was not a sieve, the seedling that was not a seedling, and the flute that played songs only wisdom could hear. Then she looked out over the river that had been her childhood companion, that had flowed through so many stories in her beloved books. "Well," she said, adjusting her spectacles with a steady hand, "I suppose 100 years isn't so very long in the library of the world." She met Rowan's gaze squarely. "Teach me the song." As the waters continued to rise and lightning split the sky, Rowan taught her the ancient elvish melody that would bind the crown and calm the River King. It was a song of water and stone, of promises made and kept, of the eternal dance between containment and freedom. When the crown pieces were assembled, they transformed back into a circlet of silver and river pearls, shimmering with inner light. Liliana's voice, usually employed only for reading aloud to hobbit children or cataloguing books, rose clear and true above the storm as she sang the binding song, holding the crown aloft. The waters parted before her, revealing a stairway spiraling down into depths that should not have existed beneath the river. At its bottom stood a figure of living water, with 7 small shadows huddled behind him, the missing children. Without hesitation, Liliana descended the stairs, still singing. Each note seemed to solidify her resolve, even as it bound her fate more tightly to the rivers. The River King bowed his head as she approached, accepting the crown she offered. As it settled upon his fluid brow, the anger drained from his features, replaced by ancient sorrow and wisdom. "A covenant is made," he said, his voice the sound of 1,000 mountain streams. "You shall be my voice among the dry lands, and I shall be your guardian beneath the waters. 100 years and a day." The children were returned to the surface with no memory of their time beneath the waves. The Tyne declared a great celebration, hailing Liliana as a hero, though privately questioning her sanity when she explained the terms of her bargain. In the years that followed, Liliana Brandybuck established her library on the river's edge, in a cozy hobbit hole with windows that overlooked the now peaceful Brandywine. Young hobbits came to hear her stories, never realizing that their librarian now lived between 2 worlds, spending her days among books and her nights beneath the waters, cataloguing the River King's own collection of liquid memories and fluid histories. And if she aged more slowly than other hobbits, or sometimes seemed to know things that no book had ever recorded, well, that was simply the way of librarians, wasn't it? They existed half in this world and half in the realm of story, guardians of knowledge as surely as the River King was guardian of the waters. For what are rivers, after all, but the oldest stories in the world, flowing ever onward, carrying the past into the future one ripple at a time. Story 6, The First Petal Fell at Dawn. It drifted from the white tree of Gondor with an unnatural slowness, as though reluctant to surrender to gravity's inevitable pull. The guards who witnessed this omen stood transfixed, their silver helms reflecting the amber light of sunrise as the petal touched the courtyard stones. By midday, a dozen more had fallen, and whispers of doom spread through the 7 circles of Minas Tirith like wildfire. Far away in the green hills of the Shire, Horatio Gamgee knelt in his garden, fingers buried in soil that felt wrong beneath his touch. The earth spoke to him in ways no hobbit had experienced since his ancestor Samwise tended the gardens of Bag End. Something was amiss. The roots whispered of decay, the worms burrowed deeper than usual, and the morning dew tasted of ash upon his tongue. "The land is sick," he murmured to no one in particular, his weathered face creasing with concern. Horatio was not a remarkable hobbit by appearance. Curly chestnut hair framed a face more often smudged with dirt than clean, and his clothes bore the practical patches of one who valued function over fashion. Yet there was wisdom in his eyes that belied his 53 years, a connection to growing things that ran deeper than blood. That evening, as he sat smoking his pipe beneath the party tree, a descendant of the one destroyed during the scouring of the Shire, a rider appeared on the horizon. Even from a distance, the figure was clearly no hobbit. Tall and straight-backed, clad in the silver and black of Gondor, the summons came with formal words but urgent undertones. The white tree was dying, and similar signs of decay had manifested simultaneously in Erebor, where the eternal flame of Durin flickered dangerously low, in Lothlorien, where the replanted malon trees shed silver leaves out of season, in Edoras, where the golden hall of Meduseld was slowly sinking into the earth, and even in the Shire, though few hobbits besides Horatio had noticed the subtle changes in the land. "A council has been called," explained the messenger, a solemn-eyed man named Burgil, whose grandfather had once befriended a hobbit during the War of the Ring. Representatives from all the free peoples of Middle-earth must attend. The king's seers believe you may hold a key to understanding these omens. Minas Tirith stood as magnificent as ever, 7 tiers of white stone rising toward the heavens. Yet Horatio sensed the wrongness the moment he passed through its gates. The very foundations seemed to tremble imperceptibly beneath his feet, as though the city itself were feverish. In the court of the fountain, the white tree drooped visibly, half its branches now bare, white petals carpeting the ground beneath. Guards stood vigil around it day and night, as though their presence might somehow prevent further decline. The council chamber buzzed with tension when Horatio entered, feeling painfully out of place among the assembled dignitaries. King Eldarion, son of Aragorn Elessar, presided from a high seat, his face bearing the weariness of one who had spent many nights without rest. To his right sat a dwarf maiden, whose beard was adorned with gemstones that caught the light. Princess Dis the Coo of Erebor, named for Thorin Oakenshield's sister, her eyes held the memory of mountain depths and ancient halls. To the king's left was Prince Findarato of Lothlorien, one of the few elves who had chosen to remain in Middle-earth after the Great Departure. His face was ageless, yet somehow ancient, his silver-gold hair cascading over robes the color of autumn leaves, and beside him, silent as shadow, stood Cirion the Border Warden, last descendant of Aragorn through his daughter's line, a ranger whose grey eyes seemed to see beyond the visible world. The signs cannot be coincidence," King Eldarion declared once all were seated. 5 realms, 5 symptoms of the same malady. Our lore-masters have scoured the archives and found reference to an ancient prophecy, spoken before even the founding of Gondor. At his gesture, a wizened scholar unrolled a parchment so delicate it seemed it might disintegrate at a touch. In halting voice, he read, "When shadows return to lands long bright, when stone cracks and wood withers and flame diminishes, the 5 crowns must unite. Upon the forgotten throne shall balance be restored, or darkness claim all lands forever." Silence descended upon the chamber, broken only when Horatio cleared his throat. "Begging your pardon," he said, uncomfortably aware of all eyes turning toward him. "But what are the 5 crowns? And what is this forgotten throne?" "The crowns represent the 5 kingdoms," Princess Dis explained, her voice resonant as bronze bells. "Gondor for men, Erebor for dwarves, Lothlorien for elves, Rohan for the horse lords, and the Shire for halflings. Though you've had no king, your Tain serves as royal representative. As for the forgotten throne, Prince Finderato added, that remains a mystery. No record speaks of its location or nature. Kirion, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward. There are whispers in the wild lands. Masked figures who call themselves Sons of Melkor have been seen searching ancient ruins, speaking of a throne that will grant dominion over all of Middle-earth. King Eldarion stood, his decision made. We must find this throne before they do. From each kingdom, one representative shall undertake this quest, carrying a symbol of their realm's sovereignty. Thus was formed the Company of the Five Crowns, Horatio bearing a seedling from the party tree, Princess Dees with a shard of Durin's axe, Prince Finderato carrying a vial of water from Galadriel's fountain, Sirion with a silver star from the crown of Gondor, and from Rohan, though none of their people were present, a golden horsehair tassel from King Elfwine's standard, brought by messenger. Their journey began in the libraries of Minas Tirith, where ancient maps revealed a pattern. When the locations of decay were marked, the White Tree, Durin's Forge, the Golden Hall, the Malorn Grove, and the Party Tree, they formed a perfect star, with the intersection falling deep within the misty mountains, in a valley unmarked on any map. The hidden valley of Gwindor, Prince Finderato whispered, recognizing the formation. A place removed from time, spoken of only in the oldest elven songs. Their path took them north along the Anduin, then west toward the mountains. 3 days into their journey, they made camp beneath a stand of ancient oaks. As night fell, Horatio noticed movement at the edge of their firelight, shadows that moved against the wind. "We are watched," Sirion murmured, hand moving to his sword. The attack came swiftly, masked figures in dark robes, wielding curved blades that gleamed with unnatural light. "The throne belongs to the true master," hissed their leader through a mask carved to resemble a twisted face. "The sixth crown shall rise again." Though outnumbered, the company fought valiantly. Princess Dees's axe sang through the air, cleaving masks and revealing faces twisted with fanatic devotion. Prince Finderato's movements were a dance of deadly grace, his elven blade leaving trails of light in the darkness. Sirion moved like his ranger ancestors, striking from shadow with precise lethality. Even Horatio found courage, using his gardening trowel to trip an attacker before Kirion dispatched him. When the skirmish ended, only one cultist remained alive, pinned beneath Dees's boot. "Speak," she commanded, "or meet your ancestors." "Fools," the cultist laughed through bloodied teeth. "You know nothing. 5 crowns, yes, but the 6th shall master them all. The Ancient One stirs from slumber, the last of his kind, and with him comes the darkness." Before more could be learned, the cultist bit down on something hidden in his mouth and perished in violent convulsions. "The 6th crown," Finderato mused later as they tended their wounds. "There were never more than 5 kingdoms of free peoples." Horatio, applying a poultice to a cut on his arm, paused. "Unless not all crowns belong to kingdoms of people." The hidden valley of Gwindor lay concealed behind an illusion of solid rock, revealed only when all 5 symbols were held aloft in unison. Beyond the veil stretched a primeval forest untouched by time, where trees taller than towers swayed without wind, their bark spiraling in patterns that told stories to those who knew how to read them. At the valley's heart stood a circular clearing, and within it, an enormous throne carved from living wood, stone, crystal, gold, and a 5th material none could identify, a silvery substance that flowed like water yet held form like metal. "The throne of the 5 kingdoms," breathed Kirion, but surrounding the throne, dark figures awaited, dozens of the masked cultists, and at their center, a figure both ancient and terrible, twisted and gnarled as an ancient willow, yet unmistakably an Ent, the oldest of the shepherds of trees. His eyes burned with malevolent purpose. "Quick, Root," Prince Finderato gasped. Brother to Treebeard, corrupted by Morgoth in the First Age. We thought him destroyed. The forgotten Sixth Kingdom, Princess Dies realized. The realm of the Ents. Quickroot's voice rumbled like an avalanche. For ages I have slumbered, hasty ones. The last of my kind, abandoned when my brethren chose to fade rather than fight. But I remained, and now the throne shall be mine alone. The battle that followed would live in song for generations. The cultists swarmed forward, while Quickroot summoned roots and vines to entangle the companions. Yet for all their valor, the company was forced back, step by step. In desperation, Horatio plunged his hands into the soil. "Please," he whispered to the earth, "help us." Something ancient stirred in response, not just the land, but a presence long dormant. The ground trembled, and from the forest emerged a figure Horatio recognized from old tales. Treebeard himself, last of the true Ents, his bark body weathered by countless seasons, yet still mighty. "Brother," Treebeard's voice rolled like distant thunder, "long have I watched over you in your corruption. I did not fade, I waited for this moment." While the Ents clashed in earth-shaking combat, the company fought their way to the throne. Each placed their token in hollows, perfectly shaped to receive them. As the final piece, Horatio's seedling, found its place, blinding light erupted from the throne. When vision returned, the cultists were gone. Quickroot lay prone, his form reverting from twisted malice to something closer to his original nature. Treebeard stood over him, sadness evident in his ancient eyes. "Balance requires all kingdoms," Treebeard rumbled. "Even ours, though we dwindle. The throne was never meant for dominion, but harmony." From the throne, 5 saplings had sprouted, one for each kingdom, their roots intertwining to form an unbreakable network. And at their center, a 6th, a young Ent sapling, first of its kind in an age. "From the old comes the new," Treebeard said. "The cycle renews." In the years that followed, the withering reversed. The white tree of Gondor bloomed more gloriously than ever. Durin's flame burned bright in Erebor's depths. The golden hall stood firm. The malon trees of Lothlorien shimmered with renewed silver light, and in the Shire, gardens flourished under Horatio's care. Deep in the hidden valley, guarded now by a circle of young Ents, children of the miracle sapling, the throne of the 5 kingdoms stood as a symbol of the unity that had saved Middle-earth once more. And upon a simple wooden bench nearby, Horatio Gamgee could often be found in quiet conversation with Treebeard, recording the old Ents' tales for generations yet to come. For while kingdoms might rise and fall, and crowns pass from one head to another, it was in the small things, a seedling, a story shared, hands that knew the worth of good earth, that the true balance of Middle-earth would always be preserved.